Good evening. How are we all? Hello, hello, hello. Wow, 28 people already. Hello, hello. All good, thank you, Festus. I've had quite a productive few days actually, working on the graphics options. I think we're finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel with that lot. No, LT Gaming, well, sort of. I did a fast for 76 hours in the end. But following that, I'm now intermittent fasting, sort of 16 hours of fasting and then 8 hours of like eating period. We'll see how that goes. Plus I'm only eating like keto foods, so hopefully I shall not kick myself out of ketosis. Although I did put a little bit of milk in my tea because I couldn't resist. I know you shouldn't put milk in Earl Grey, but can't help it. So why don't we have a quick look at what I've been doing? I've moved all my buttons around, I don't know where anything is. There we go. Let's just hit play on there a minute. Well, I think I have this addiction to like chicken and salad wraps, and when I moved over to keto, I was gutted because like one wrap has 32 grams of carbs in it. But I found these gluten-free wraps, like these gluten-free protein wraps, and they've literally got like 3.5 grams of carbs, but 6 grams of fiber. So like when you do the whole net carbs thing, it works out at 0 carbs. So I was well chuffed. So I can keep having my chicken salad wraps with no carb impact. So yay. Anywho, so this is where we're at graphically at the moment. The performance I get in engine is obviously not representative of a packaged game. It's always a bit worse. But visually, you can see kind of where we're at. So we've now got real-time shadows cast from every object, which makes everything look much nicer. I'm still working on the reflections. I want to improve the reflections response. It's not great, although screen space reflections have never been great. I'm loving just the lighting around here. This security desk has such a solid, real, kind of tangible feel to it. That's probably just me being a lighting geek, but just the lighting feels so realistic there. Like literally just there. Nowhere else, just there. But you can see that all these objects are casting shadows now, and that makes everything feel a lot more grounded and a lot more realistic, including this guy. Although you'll see one downside to Megalights is their shadowing is quite ghosty, so as he's moving along there you can see a bit of a trail following behind. And the severity of the trail seems to be dependent entirely on frame rate. So the lower your frame rate, the worse the trail, and yeah, it can look a bit jank sometimes. But it means like the trade-off for janky shadows is everything casting shadows. So on my 4090 I get around about 40 FPS with all the lights turned on casting shadows. As soon as I enable Megalights, that goes up to 120 FPS. So yeah, it's it's worth it. It's worth a little bit of jank. So speaking of the settings, so the rendering and the lighting and shadows are the ones I've pretty much finalized now. We've also got low, medium, high and ultra presets, which is about time really. Low is an interesting one because it basically removes all lighting from the game and just gives you one solid ambient light across the whole ship, including from stars, so you kind of lose the flariness of stars because the flare responds to the light strength, and it's not that bad. I was worried that having just one solid ambient color throughout everything would look awful, but it's not terrible, so it's good. On our 1050 Ti reference machine, we can scrape 60 FPS if we use this mode and lower the screen resolution to about 70%. So we're almost hitting those performance targets for low-end machines. And then we go all the way up to maximum, where everything all looks lovely. Some of the settings are hard to see what's going on. Oops, don't want that. Downside of using the editor. Like if you look at the shadows, the reflections there. No, the shadows even. I can't really tell too badly there, but it looks like it's raining on the surface because you've got noise coming in from the ray tracing. You can clear that up almost entirely by setting the lighting quality to max, and you can see that the jittery, what is it Claire called them? Spiggles. She invented a new word, she called it spiggles. The spiggles are gone. It's no longer raining on that surface. The downside to that is that it increases the sample count from 4 to 16 samples per array, and that's just so much heavier. Oh, hey Jonesy. And yeah, it drops my frame rate from like the hundreds down into the 70s, and it's crazy how much performance you lose just to get rid of Claire's spiggles. But if you hate them that much, then we do have the ability to get rid of them now. Personally, I don't think it's worth the drop in performance, and the only place I notice it is literally there. Like nowhere else on the ship is it doing it. But yeah. Maybe. I think I might have actually increased the strength of that bump map just to bring it out a little bit. But you are right, it is a bit extreme, isn't it? Looks like someone's varnished it. You can probably see it more dramatically there. The default normal map for this texture is actually really quite mild. This is actually a Megascans texture, one of their parquet flooring ones. But yeah, I turned up the normal response because it was looking a bit flat. But it does mess with the lighting a bit. Yeah, the YouTube player is a third-party plugin, and they updated it recently, and they seem to have changed something about how it works and broke it in the process. And this is exactly why I don't like using third-party content, because if they arbitrarily change something, like with the YouTube player, and it no longer works, I mean, that's affecting not just the dev build, but the live demo as well. So the YouTube player has also stopped working in the demo, and we have no ability to update the demo at the moment because we're obviously mid-patch cycle. So yeah, so using and being kind of beholden to a third party is really not ideal. So we're going to be using or building our own version of that plugin, so that we kind of divorce ourselves from third party reliance. I hate using plugins for that very reason. But yeah, anyway, so that's what I've been up to. And hopefully everything is looking a lot nicer, and hopefully we have a much wider scope now for graphic settings. So we should have further support for lower end machines with our crazy low lighting quality. So anyone that was struggling before should be able to find some solution here to increase their FPS. And if you want to reduce your FPS, with the render scale now goes up to 200%, which is madness. Like, everything is super crisp, but yeah, it's running at 200% the normal pixel density. My computer hates doing that, but it's there for anyone that wants it. So if you want crisper imagery, then you can now just increase that. Anywho, enough of my waffling. We are going to be doing some more Caravella, and specifically, so here's something else I've been doing actually, you might be interested to know. There is a TV production company who wants a kind of a Starship set, and they approached us asking whether we could help out. So I said, yeah, sure, why not? And yeah, this is kind of a work in progress of the set that I'm building for them. Obviously, I'm not physically building it. I'm just going to send them the design, and their carpenters will take over and do the rest. But yeah, I thought that might be a bit of fun, and they'll help publicize the game for us as a show of thanks. So I thought I'd go with something kind of Star Sim-esque. Have some blue LED strips around the bottom, and have a nice angled screen there. It should look really nice if they can do the molded edges the way I've done them here. Obviously, there's only so much you can do with plywood, but that's not the one we're working on tonight. Without any kind of roof, yeah, I expect it will. So last stream, we were talking about having the lift be a fish tank, like that one in Germany that popped. And I love the idea, and I was talking to Claire about it, and we were kind of just riffing on the idea, and decided that yes, it would be much better if it was screens rather than an actual fish tank with water. And the beauty of it being like smart glass that can display an image is normally we can just have like a coral reef or something with lots of fish flying about like fish do. But seasonally, we can change it to like a Halloween scene or a Christmassy scene. So we can actually theme the lift tube and have a little control panel there for doing different scenes. So very much like how we do the window in the conference room, we can actually have a scene selection for the lift. And then as you're going up and down the lift, obviously you're going up and down through the middle of it, which I thought would be all kinds of cool. Yeah, so definitely do want to do that. I think that would be awesome. So tonight, let's get started with that. And another good reason to work on this area now is because I'm still iffy on how much space we have in this room. Obviously, side to side we've got bags of room, and we'll probably end up with even more room if I pull this bit out. But this way, sort of lengthways down the ship, we've got very little clearance either side of the stairs. So I think I might need to make the lift itself bigger, and then maybe make the stairs a bit narrower. If I recall, I think they were 2 meter wide steps. Yes, they are. So they don't need to be 2 meters wide. That is quite wide for a staircase. Yeah, I was thinking more like something from A Nightmare Before Christmas. Yeah, it should be fine, Del. So the NPC width is only about, I think, 40 centimeters. So they've got plenty of squeeze past room. I made their collision capsule quite narrow, kind of just within their shoulder width, so that they can squeeze through things. Otherwise, they get stuck on everything. Yeah, exactly, Max. Right, let's grab an actual proper 3D human. Here's what I was grabbing earlier. It'll do. The 2D Bryce character is handy enough for getting scale, but sometimes it's easier just to use a 3D model. Jesus, he's huge. Why is it so big? Hang on, we can fix this. There's a really useful thing you can do in SketchUp, which is if you draw a line kind of top to bottom on a mesh, so say to there, and then you use the measuring tape on that line, like so. I can now just type in 6 foot, and it will rescale the whole thing to make that line 6 foot tall, which of course also means he is 6 foot tall, thus fixing the problem. No, actually, let's make a little bit of geometry here so that we can track where the center point is. In you go. SketchUp's having one of them days today. Okay, so we're about 3 people abreast in terms of interior space. Because the real question was whether or not we can fit in a medical gurney. I mean, barely. I'd say yes, you could, but probably not enough. I'm sure we've had more random things than this. So I reckon if we lose the inner edge and then make the outer edge our actual lift geometry, kind of more like that, that certainly gives us a lot more room on the inside, because we need to be able to obviously get a gurney in there and people. Yes, that's a good point. Yeah, if we could just say to everyone, please try not to injure yourself anywhere other than the deck sickbay is on. Which is a fair point, actually, because like the most likely place to injure yourself is going to be in engineering, and there is no lift in engineering, only stairs. Might need to think through that a little bit. I mean, there is the cargo lift, I suppose, but we shall see. Once we start like building all this properly, then we'll see if we can squeeze in a lift somewhere. Now I hate paperwork. As Claire will attest. So that's a 2.5 meter wide lift floor, which I reckon is probably sufficient. And then what we'll do with this is we'll turn this into like a puck, like we have in the Magellan. Something like that. SketchUp. Okay, so I guess we'd expect a gurney to be kind of like hand height, wouldn't we? Something like that. Right, let's use our imaginations and pretend that that's a medical gurney. I mean, I'd say it fits, but that's about all you can say about it. It fits. I mean, could you push it in then also get in after it? Maybe? I guess you could just rotate it, couldn't you? Let's add into that group so we can move them all together. As for this bit, group that up. Bit of a gap around the outside. Where did that go? Huh, just completely vanished. All right. Weird. We'll have to build a gurney for the game and try it. there's plenty of room there, really. You can get it in, rotate it round. You could get easily, I'd say, 4 or 5 people alongside the gurney, so that will do size-wise. Right, we also then need we won't bother with 2 sets of doors because unlike a traditional lift, you're just moving up and down a glass tube, so 1 set of doors will do. So if we make that the cavity, that's a bit wide of a gap, an inch. I have a tape measure here so that I can like judge the width of things in the game. Like when you're building something like this and you make a gap and you think, yeah, it looks alright visually, and then you look at how big that is in your hands and you think actually that's either way too big or way too tiny. Yeah, so about an inch of a gap around the outside. That's like the fresh air that's going to be around the tube. We need to have a track of some kind. I guess we'll build that into the sides on this side, because if the entrance is going to be on this side, then yeah, we'll put the track on this side. So we're going to have some kind of a pillar either side, and we'll probably have the glass kind of butt up against that, which means we might actually go with a flattened edge on these sides rather than a true circle, just to sort of fit the pillar and everything in. But that aside, if we do 1 inch thick glass and then a 2 inch thick door and then another inch of glass, again just referencing my handy tape measure. Yeah, so a 2 inch thick glass door. That's not super thick, and we could certainly make it thinner than that, but I think that'll do. So that means that is a cavity, and that is also a cavity. Make sure we got the right faces here. Yeah, I thought so. Got an inverted face. There we go. It's better. Doesn't look too bad size-wise. I think that's pretty reasonable. And we haven't really strayed outside of the gap we left. How far outside are we even? About an inch. Okay, that's good. It means we don't actually have to make it any bigger than the space we already have planned. Okay, so we'll have it so that the outside bit of glass, or maybe even the inside bit there, one of these bits will have the screen on it. I'm guessing the outside is probably easier from a rendering perspective, because having 2 layers of glass like this means that the game is having to render 2 transparent objects on top of each other, and even worse with this inner edge as well and that edge, so it's actually 4. So in terms of Unreal's shader complexity, looking through an object like this, where you're actually looking through 1, 2, 3 and 4 instances of transparency, that's like crazy heavy to render. But there's not much we can do about it. If we're having a double skinned glass, yeah, stuck with that. Although I could actually make it only make it double skinned where the door is, and have the rest of it just thick glass. Probably will do that actually, and to be honest, I'll do that on the Magellan too, because that will save some frame rate around the lift on B deck. Yeah, that's true, Velvet. Okay. So we're also going to need yeah, true. Although from a rendering perspective, only the faces that are facing the camera actually count, because the back faces are not rendered. So yeah, it is only 4 looking through it that way, fortunately. I think that's in line with that, isn't it? Yeah. So right, if we bring that way by an inch, get rid of those internal faces. So on each deck, we're going to need obviously a wooden platform. That's kind of where the deck termination is, and that's what we'll make into our kind of a lighting platform. Although it has just occurred to me that we do need that interior bit of wood there, otherwise the glass has got nothing to stick onto. I'm going to cheat this a little bit. So I'm going to have tracks for the glass as though it is two panes of glass all the way around. But because there will never be a point where the camera can ever see down the middle, I will remove the 2 internal faces so that from a rendering perspective you're not looking through additional layers of transparency. You shouldn't be able to tell the difference. But yeah, so we do need the full thing. that fits down there anyway. And we'll round that edge and round that edge so that they're nice and smooth, and that will just, the puck will just slide nicely through the middle, like one of those satisfying render things where everything just fits perfectly. Right, so height wise we need to match it with that, and also that. So that's the true thickness of the deck. And obviously then we need the grooves for the glass, which I may as well do while we're here. So 2.5, 5, 7.5. Same on this side. 2.5. So we'll smooth all that off, make it all nice, and then the door track will run along the middle bit. So this 2-inch gap here, the door will run along that. Actually, before I paste that in, let's just sort out the height on that because it's too low down. It's better. We'll have something here by way of a pillar. I think I overshot that one then. That's going to have to come in a little bit. Well, I guess it needs to come in far enough that we can attach the glass to it. So maybe as far as there, and then an additional inch. How wide's that? 22.5. Maybe a bit more. Maybe a bit less there. That's better. Just so that the glass is a bit more central. Yeah, so I'll have a pillar going up each side, and then obviously the glass is just held in to that. might even round it there. But I will round it there, mold it in, make it nice, so the glass bit will have some rounding. Now what this means for our CSI, I think it depends on the deck, to be honest, because like on this side, obviously the exit's there, but down here, the exit's here, so we're going to have doors on both sides, I suppose, and just have it open on the side that you're on, because it's just a doorless puck that's moving up and down the lift. That itself has no doors, so the lift will just open wherever it needs to open. I would say it's load bearing in the sense that it has to hold itself when the stairs up, but it's not load bearing in the sense of the ship framework. And obviously that the pillars that are going up the sides will contain the magnetic track that the lift puck slides up and down. Could do, yeah. I guess the bigger issue is that if we wanted to make this, as I said, a giant fish tank, then having this solid wooden ring around it is breaking the solid glass look. I mean, we could wrap it instead, so have the wood go around the glass. Obviously we still need the pillar, but then we would have a continuous glass going all the way down. It would still be broken by a wooden ring, but it would go within it. Or we've just got multiple screens, and then obviously you'll have like fish on this one, fish on this one, and then maybe fish and some landscape on this one. Potentially, Christopher, yeah. Well, we'll work out how much space we need when we're actually doing it. Obviously, this needs a handrail as well, and that handrail has to terminate somewhere. So, yeah. So it's going to have to physically connect to there. I mean, it definitely has to physically connect to there because that's what's holding it up. So that would go across like that, which means the actual wedge shape would come around like this. So you'd have something that goes from there. Don't know how many degrees this is. I'm not quite sure whether I measured in degrees or not. I did. 50. So that's exactly 50 degrees. Yeah, so that will come out something like that. Obviously it will conform to the curve. Yeah, you'll have something like this. And then it's down to, you know, how wide do we want the lift door to be? Obviously it needs to be big enough to get a gurney in and out. I would say 2 meters would be ideal, which is that. Obviously that's way wider than what we've got there, so it might have to be 1.5. Which is that. So yeah, 1.5 meters gives us a door that's that wide. So it's pushing it, but it's not a million miles away. And height-wise, we'll go for 2 meters. Oh, look at that! I almost guesstimated it perfectly. How far off was I? 1.3 centimeters. Yeah, so that would be the door. And it'll be curved as well, obviously. I'm nothing if not accurate. Yeah, so the only concern about rotating that round the other way is going to be one of headroom. Just make sure I'm dead in the middle. Obviously, headroom needs to be accounted for as you're coming up the stairs. So we say from there as a worst case scenario. Yeah, 2.6 meters for more than enough headroom. So yes, we could potentially have the lift exit the opposite side to these stairs. Or oh, thanks. That's helpful. 36 inches. Hang on. How much is that? 36 inches. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're miles bigger than that. So yeah. So one thing we can actually do is, like on this part of the deck, we could just have that go all the way around, and have the doors on this side, and literally have as much space as we could ever want to exit the lift. Oh no, actually no, we can't because we've got this. No, ignore me. No, we can't do that. Let's make that a component before I copy it, and then we can work on both sides at once. I suppose another way of looking at it is whether or not we want a lot of hollow, empty space around the lift, or whether or not we do actually want flooring around this area, because we could just have the gap just around where the lift runs through and have all the rest of it flooring, or we could have a railing that goes all the way around so that you can literally look down and see the lift, see the stairs. conscious of the fact that the more we add, the more glass we're losing. So let's try and bring these in a bit. We'll try and minimize these tracks as much as we possibly can. Just try and yeah, keep as much exposed glass as possible. Yeah. Or we can have the glass doors have the same like smart glass on them that renders fish, so they would simply render fish on the doors, which could look quite cool. Yeah, so without rounding and such, it's going to look a bit like this. Now we could potentially lose... Actually, we can lose the rings up the middle if we use the deck itself as our support structure. Obviously the lift is going to be held top and bottom, so we'll have some kind of supportive ring at the top and another one down the bottom here, like in the floor somewhere. But if we attach the stairs to like this structure around here, then these rings wouldn't be needed. We'd have to come up with some kind of a solution for the doors. Maybe just a much smaller ring. Yeah, I think we'd probably just go with that, to be honest. And maybe not even have it made out of wood, have it something just like steel or something. So if we had just a small ring for the door track, then that's not going to interfere with the idea of it being just a solid glass tube. I think that would be my preference. Yeah, so the interdeck cavity is this big. Yes, Oninoni, I agree. For whatever deck sick bay is on, yes, that is definitely the case. It should be deck 3, I think. Or did I make it 4 in the end? Which one's this? Yeah, I must have made it deck 2 actually, because it's the one above. So yeah, so sick bay's here. So that would make the exit platform here. Let's actually build ourselves that specifically. So how wide is that gap? I'm assuming 25, that looks about right. That's going to be a pain. Same on this side. In an ideal world, I think I'd rather have it step down and step up equally either side, or have that step extend outward equally either side, which means adjusting the step height and adding an additional step. I'll look at that when we come to polish it properly, because it looks a bit weird if you're stepping up here but you're not stepping down there. These are the things that keep me up at night. Yeah, then wherever we have a door, we just need to extend that bit out to where the door is. So that would be the general plan. We would leave this bit open on this side. So if we just grab that, make it its own object. Whack that round 180, move it down to the deck below. Right, so that one should butt up against that. And that one should meet that there. Perfect. Yeah, so we'd have a handrail that goes all the way around here, which I think I prefer leaving that open, because it means you get a much better view of the whole glass cylinder. Because if we were to floor this bit in, then it's blocking the view from the tank going down. So I think think the gap we have around the tank is largely a necessary one. I think I've given 25 centimeters all over the place there. Oh, that one's 35. Is that also 35? No, that side's 25. Wondering whether we reduce that to 20 and make that one 20 as well, and then we're reclaiming much more space here, and just generally making that smaller. If we were to reduce the width of the step, that would be reducing it by that much. Yeah, it's not exactly ungenerous with its space. Actually, one thing I could do, because we've got obviously the big hole in the floor to fit all this through, and it's also just occurred to me that as part of that 2 meters, we also need the wood on the sides. So obviously we need to fit in the handrail and everything. So if I use that space there, say 20 there, maybe 20 there, then those 2 sides there become where we put the handrail, which means the actual walkable, usable walkable space, that takes us down to 1.6 meters, which is not far off the 1.5 that we were going for. So yeah, I think step width wise, that is what we're going to have to go with. So that would be a smooth beam that comes up there, and the smooth beam around there as well. To be honest, not dissimilar from how we've got it here. So you see we've got like the smooth beam that goes round on both sides. I haven't rounded that one off. Should look like that. And then the steps in the middle. I think these ones are probably a bit wider. And obviously with this particular lift, we do have very, very thick banding in the middle, which we wouldn't have with that one. This one's got, just looking at the tracks here, yeah, it looks like this one's actually got wider glass. So we've probably gone 2 inches thick on the glass and the door. Yeah, and then we'll do a similar thing like we've done here, where we've just got that termination point between the beam that's holding the stairs up and where it curves around. Although unlike this one, oh actually no, exactly like this one, because we do have that same large open cavity, don't we? So yeah, so we'd have the same U-shaped arrangement going on there, which means that this gap doesn't need to be this big. So if we make a wooden beam that fits within this cavity, I think that would probably be better. So that's that whole hole. The whole hole is 8 meters wide. So we'll try and fit all of this within 8 meters. But yeah, actually, this one is also going to need side pillars at some point to support the puck, because essentially we're using a very similar lift design. But this one kind of just magically goes up and down without any kind of science behind it, which is no good. We want proper engineering, so that's going to need a support track at some point, and we'll prototype it on this one. And then the final deck with it is obviously up there on deck 1. And I imagine this one's probably going to be a bit taller, because the ceiling geometry here, although it is relatively flat along the top, we do want some kind of windows there, so we'll cap the top with a solid something or other. So yeah, we'll do a solid circle around there, but then we'll do windows around the stairwell itself. So, you know, if you're facing a star, you'll have that light flooding down throughout the entire stairwell, which will be quite cool. Did we have actual stairs on this one? No, that would be that one. Let's start removing the stairs from the individual decks and start separating them out, because then we can include the lift as one solid object. Maybe. The minute I said that, I thought actually we won't, because that's going to mess with the construction video. You just have a lift just appear. So yeah, we'll do the stairs first as part of the construction, and then once we get to deck 1, we'll then insert the lift shaft down the middle. Yeah, so the other issue we had balance-wise in terms of where the entry and exit points are. So if we want the lift facing sickbay, which I think is good, I think we should, then on a deck, or on deck 1 rather, it's facing away from the bridge. I don't know whether that's necessarily the end of the world, probably not. Although it is facing the science labs. So perhaps that's actually not too bad. One would assume that the science labs are going to get more traffic than the bridge anyway. And it also makes the bridge slightly, like, you need to be slightly more purposeful to get to the bridge. Again, the space between there and there is less than 2 meters, so it's still a tiny bit of a squeeze. Oh, and I've made it bigger as well, so actually it's even less. So from there to there, it's 1.75 meters, so it's even less room. Yeah, the lift could be ejected. It's facing the upper hull, so but it's literally just a moving puck. It doesn't have any kind of containment or anything. You wouldn't want to eject that anywhere. So the other thing we can do is, it doesn't need to be a perfect circle. We can actually straighten off the landing platforms. So if we were to grab that and then go straight to there and round off those edges, then that actually gives us 2.17 meters. Just gives us a little bit more room. I do too, Max. Yeah, I think I would prefer to keep it fully circular. Although it's only really an issue on the side that has the railing, because on this side there's no railing here anyway, so you naturally have more room, as you do with this side. Right, so if we were to make this again some kind of a metal ring, and we make that so that would be 2 inches thick, which does look way too thin, so maybe 4. So that would be 4 inches. And I think having a series of those would generally look nicer than the big wooden rings, and then we get our fish tank look. Let's component that up a minute. Get rid of those ones. So 300 times 2, because we want 2 of them. Actually, I like with the top and the bottom. Oh, this is gonna be awkward now. I can't double click to select because it's gonna select the glass. So instead, I'm gonna have to select the rings manually. But it's not the end of the world. So if we copy them down to there, then we can all SketchUp. So that creates double tracks, which means we can support the glass both above and below. And that just becomes basically just a glass support ring, more than anything else. And then, yeah, I guess that face, that face, that face, that face. We'll give them a bit of subtle rounding. No, more subtle than that. Same on this side, that one, that one, that one. It's looking a lot more glass tube-like now. So the main physical structure is basically held on by these wedges, because we're attached here and here and there, and obviously at the floor down there. And that's what's holding the stairs up. So to be honest, that's more than enough physical structure to hold up just one curve of some stairs. And then the lift itself is going to be held top and bottom independently of the stairs, so they can be physically separate objects. So that works. And then yeah, then we've got the rings there. I'll measure that so we've got exactly the same gap each side, and then we'll terminate that as part of this pillar, which to be honest doesn't need to be wood either. So if the stairs are wood, then we can do this as metal as well, just to kind of separate the two. And then we'll try and make these as thin and as inobtrusive as possible. To be honest, as long as we're fitting in that, so let's say an inch away from there, the same on this side. Yeah, then they only need to be that wide really. Then we run the track on the inside edge, and then we'll round this side off so that it's following the contours of the curve. In fact, why not do that now? That's one edge. Actually, if we were to utilize the curve, so middle to middle is there. Same on this side, so middle to middle. Not sure why that didn't create a face. Because it's going to do one of its things, obviously. Middle. There we go. Yeah, maybe something like that. So it's actually following the contour of the curve, and then we'll just build a track down the middle of it, which actually, if we group that up again, just take advantage of our existing geometry. Sticky outest point there. Put that back to there. Run that down to the floor. And just make it that colour for now. So something like that. So we've got an inner track, which of course will cover in lights, and then the outer is just a support, and we can potentially reduce the scale of this as necessary. And then the rest of it is fish tank. Oh, Divine Axis, thank you. And hello to you too. Thank you, I appreciate it. So this edge then has to come out the additional 25 to meet the edge of there. So they'll just butt up against one another. And you'll be able to just step out straight onto that platform. And I guess we'll just have the railing just kind of curve around and stop, because we're not going to have the railing going all the way around the lift. So the railing will come up there and then stop, and then this side will curve around. Although I do think we could still bring that in slightly, because if, wait, what was that? That was So that's 160. So if we were to bring that in by 10, it means that that could be chopped off. So that gives us a 1.5 meter footway. That bit becomes redundant. And then we need a 25 centimeter gap, which is there. And if that is 20 to the edge, then that would be perfect, which it is. Okay. So now we can't make it any narrower. More's the pity. Yeah, having this hug that more closely would be the only way of making it any smaller, but I think that's as much as we can get away with. Although, let's go ahead and just adjust this. So, cut that bit down there, cut that bit down there. Don't know why I did that. That's going to be awkward. I think the easier way to do this, actually, if I extrude that up. Okay, now we can run that through like so. And then it will fail to intersect, because of course it will. The absolute easiest way of doing this is just to do it manually, and then we're not messing about with it. Then all we need to do is join it back up. So that gives us the room we need now to create the wooden support ring that's going to go all the way around, that will also hold on to the railing and everything. grab that circle there, pop that in there, do that. And that's our support beam, basically, that goes all the way around. So this is what we'll attach the railing to, and this will also serve as the support structure for the stairwell. Obviously we'll have one of these on each deck. Can't help but feel I made that way too high poly, but you can potentially reduce that afterwards. Or we just throw it at Nanite and laugh. Okay, so there's our deck structure. The excess that we don't want there. Because of course that's not coplanar. Then I think if we just round off these bits, just mold that together as much as possible. Although that said, if we've got a solid groove going around this, definitely too many faces on this, but never mind. Yeah, because if we round that off, obviously we then can't join this to it, but we can just create a groove along this one. Plus this will be carpeted anyway, actually, won't it? Let's just add a bit of carpet on there just for demonstration's sake. Somewhat like that. and then that one's different, so it has to be done manually. And then design-wise, again, because this is the same manufacturer that built the Magellan, we'll have a similar design to the stairs, so we'll probably go with this same design language. One, because I like it, and two, because it's already there and I'm lazy. So we'll use the same consistent design language between the two ships, and just give this one a much more impressive lift. So in order to measure the doors, then we're going to have to maybe work out where the radial angle is that kind of clips that edge there, to make sure that we have a 2-meter gap. In fact, if we, sorry, 1.5, not 2 meters, we drag that in there, then we can see exactly where it is. Yeah, so the intersection point there, that would be the outer edge of the door, which I think coincidentally is practically on the middle of that face, or middle enough. So if we take the middle of this face, that's quite convenient geometry wise to make the door, and then that will just not open all the way. So we'll have it so that if the edge of the door hole is there, then the door itself, when it's open, will line up with this edge, which gives us an opening gap of, just get that to, come on, you want to do it, there we go. Line that up a minute. Right, so our actual usable space for the door is 1.17 centimeters, so about 1.2 meters. Big enough to get a gurney through. I guess that's the important thing. So the only other thing I could do is, because if I were to, again, re-height the steps so that, like, that one is equal height to this one, like we've got here, then in actual fact, those can just extend out, which means our usable space goes from there to there instead. And that, yeah, is 1.5 meters, which is kind of what we want. So yeah, I might need to make this wider and then make the stairs themselves ever so slightly steeper. That one's going to have to go up to there, which means we need one extra step, which is not the end of the world, but it does mean redoing the steps again, but that's fine because they're not particularly difficult to make. I suppose the only thing about this design where we're perhaps losing something is, I suppose, because the decks obviously have floors and ceilings, you're not really seeing the entire thing all at once. I guess unless you're looking down from the top, but then even then you're not seeing the whole thing all at once. But I guess there's only so much we can do. Let's experiment with it. So we need to re-export the walls levels so that we get rid of the staircase which is currently built into them. So what are we on? So that's 2. And that would be, I forgot which way around the segments go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So no, don't want to do that. So we want deck 2, walls segment 5. And then on here we want to change our maps to the Caravella. Need to add it to my favorites actually. Can't do that from there. Regarding this corridor design, by the way, I kind of had a vision of a way that we might be able to improve upon this. I was looking at these angled edges, and I like the way they work on the Magellan's A-deck corridor. Let's just go back to that a sec. I shall explain what I mean. So on here, they come down like this and wrap around the door frame. Now obviously I haven't properly separated this corridor out into segments yet, and I've not done the ceiling, and there's still work to be done here. But I like how this is, and I'm thinking of using something similar to what we've done here. So I guess using this wall as an example because it's flatter. So not with all the like the islands of the continents. So forget the continents. Have a straight wall like this. Have the same geometry going around it. But where we have things like door frames, actually have like a proper wooden trim going around them, and then the walls themselves will be this. And then wherever we have windows or panels, we do a solid wooden frame around the window or around the panel, and generally speaking it would look like this. Obviously then we've got the proper ceiling there as well, and we have a similar thing going on here where the white panels are sort of overlaid on top of the wooden background, and you get these kind of nice organic shapes, where like the white panels are visually a separate layer of detail on top of the wood. And again, as I say, you get these nice organic curves and things, and it's just, I like this, and I really like this. So I'm thinking if we lean on this and this idea here, then all of the design language for the Caravella can lean into this heavily. So it's all going to be very organic panels. So they're not going to be, you know, blocky, square, chunky panels. They're all going to be really nicely rounded and molded, with a lot of wood underneath. And we can do different designs of wooden paneling. See, I still like the idea of the like the large swooping kind of arcs of gold leaf, gold inlay running through the wood, but with the idea that we have offset white panels around it. Yeah, so if you imagine this, and then kind of overlay that onto what we got here, then we would make these panels, the white panels, ever so slightly more proud of the wood. Take it all the way to the floor, and then we can have interchangeable background detail with consistent white organic paneling on top of it. So different areas of the ship can have different features behind. Yeah, I was just thinking on that and picturing it in my head, and I thought that could actually look quite nice. Alright, so what we're doing right now is getting rid of these built-in bits of staircase. We want deck 2 frame walls, deck 3 frame walls, deck 4 frame walls. Okay, so that one should be the one we just exported. So the only difference we should see here is that that should disappear. Yeah, great. That means I chose the right one. Okay, so same with this one. So that would be... Let's get rid of that one in a sec. That. So deck 3, framework walls, segment 5. And then same on here. Keeps opening it on the wrong screen. Okay. And then that one. So deck 4, all segment 5. And again, it opened on the wrong screen. I'm really glad we're at the point now where we've already done the hard work of separating out all the different sections like this, so that we can now export pieces you know, as we build them out. Just makes life quite a bit easier. Right, and then should we turn that off? Select all of that, excluding that. Group that up for a second. we'll pop this in and have a look. Yeah, absolutely. Well, this stream, at the end of this stream, we'll mark our 80-hour point. So we're now 80 hours into this build, which seems like a lot, but then not at the same time. That's only 2 weeks in terms of like a working week. So SketchUp with their new version have changed all of the names of the materials, so I now don't know which one's which. So I'm just going to have to just do that. What's that? Oh, I missed one. Hang on. I'll get rid of that in a sec. Right, so that's the wood. So that would be... just use the existing materials we've got for now. Which one are you? That would be, no, not stairs. Stairs on the brain. That's the carpet. Actually, we'll do carpet secondary because the darker one looks nicer with the wood. Which one's that? That's going to be the rubber inlay. That's going to be metal. As is that. Do the default glass on there. Right, and then we want to get rid of that because it shouldn't have been in the group. Oh, I suppose we'll colour this while we're at it so that we're not wasting a material slot. Every texture group is another draw call, so we try and reduce that as much as possible. Like that one can get deleted now. That's better. Oh, and of course we can't enable nanite support on this because it's got glass. So when we actually do this properly, the glass will have to be a separate object because you can't have transparency on nanite. If you do, it does this and falls back to the nanite fallback mesh, which we are using for collisions, so I am just checking it a minute. Let's where are we? Percent triangles, and we'll do 10. We want the collision mesh to be simple but not too simple, otherwise it causes problems. That'll do for now. Eventually everything will have custom collisions, but in in the interest of time saving, for now, we will use the ones we have. Okay, so that's what we're looking at. So deck 2, framework top, and framework sheet both need sorting out because they're largely invisible. Let's just go and check this out a sec. If we turn on, keep the light alive so we don't lose it. I need to change the starting point for this level actually. Yes, Hubris, thank you. It's it will be changed. Why is Earth gone all blinky? Oh, I know why. It's because I'm running on rubbish mode. Yeah, my light thing applies a set texture across everything, a set lighting texture, so of course it's going to mess up planets. Right, so we're in the reactor room. We don't want to be in the reactor room. We want to be down here. Actually, that's weird. Why do we have dark areas? We shouldn't have any dark areas. It's nice to see Lumen starting to like this scene then. And I've not optimized any of this geometry for Lumen yet, so I haven't even looked at the Lumen scene. So the fact that it's already kind of working is nice. I neglected to include the actual stairs there, so spot the deliberate error. Oh, I didn't even include them, so even worse. Well, let's set the axes up properly a minute. If I don't do this, then I'm not rotating things around like the central axis. What am I stuck in? Oh, stuck in that poor man's crotch. Sorry, dude. rotate that down there, move it down there. Move that one back up there for a minute, where it should be. Right, that's more like it. So I think what's happening here is my new graphics settings are overriding some of the light code, so it's turning off some of the things we needed, but that's fine. We have a torch, so we're good. Okay, so yeah, we've got a decent enough amount of space between there and the wall. Still not ideal. I would definitely like an extra half a meter or so. So if you're like exiting your quarters, you're immediately right up against a railing. But yeah, in terms of stair width, I think these stairs can't be any narrower than this, otherwise NPCs will start to struggle. So you can see the capsule that I've got around this character. This is the same capsule that NPCs have. So this is the physical extent of this character. And we ignore the fact his arms are sticking out and just go with the shoulders. So if he can get his shoulders through a gap, then we deem that to be fitting through. So two NPCs would easily fit next to each other on these stairs going by the capsule. So that's the important bit. And also here, you can get two NPCs next to each other, and around here. Again, it's not a great use of space, but we're hitting the limits of the space we have. And then this would be the exit to the bridge, which would be over there. Yeah, so the stairs already are quite steep. I mean, they're not excessively steep, but they're quite steep. So I suppose, yeah, the next thing we need to do is build the support structure for those stairs. I think the lift shaft itself, I don't think we can have less support structure than that. I mean, we need the track for the puck moving up and down, obviously, and we need the track for the doors as well. So we need that metalwork on there to support the doors. And I suppose also to separate out the different bits of glass. So obviously it wouldn't be one solid piece of glass, sorry, not glass, the carbon material. So yeah, so I think they're needed regardless, because if you're building it, you're not going to have one solid piece of transparent material. You are going to be joining it together. So those little metal rings are essentially our join points, and then yeah, the doors would be here. Yeah. I mean, doors are overrated. Yeah, I'm still in two minds about putting this door here instead, but I guess it's alright around the corner here. And then we'll have our maintenance hatch there, so this is not just a wasted corner. Just thinking about the main, like, where are you going to see this mostly? So I guess this is the main habitation deck here. So you've got kitchen, utility rooms, mess, stair and lift up and down there. These are all crew quarters. So, and obviously that's the way down to the shuttle bay down there. So this is very much where most of the foot traffic is going to be. So this is where you're going to see the lift mostly. So I suppose if we were to have, considering that this is hydroponics, if we have like whatever display or scene we're displaying on the glass, the ground level of it would be down here. So whether that's a coral reef or like a snowy landscape, that's going to be down at the bottom. And then as you move up through the layers, we'll just have layers of detail. So I suppose we'd have, like, coming out here, you'd see coral reef down the bottom, and then you'd see fish all the way up the rest of the way. As you go up, you're walking up next to fishies, which is going to be very cool, definitely. And then, just to demonstrate the hilarity of using transparency, if we do on shader complexity, look at how awful that is. That's what 4 layers of transparency does to you. It just completely maxes out the pixel shader and it goes nope. So we'll see if we can reduce that. That's a good idea, Delta, yeah. Yeah, I like that idea. Actually seeing the water on top would be quite cool. These stairs, by the way, this is misleading. It looks like that's a terribly unoptimized texture, but this is because this mesh is not flagged for nanite. If you flag the mesh for nanite, that will all turn green. I'm not sure why that is. I'm not sure why the same opaque texture or material is awful on a non-nanite mesh, but fine on a nanite mesh. Not quite sure what's going on with that, but it's another oddity. But yeah, so if we separate out the glass into its own separate layer, then we can fix all of that. In fact, let's do that now, shall we? rather than talking about it, let's just do it. Right, so that's now a separate object. So if we export that just as the glass oh, not enough S's, but never mind. And then export that one again without the glass. And then you'll see what I mean. Yeah, so if we now just re-import that. Like so. And we flag it for nanite, which it already is. Like, hey presto, all of the all of the materials are now okay. And I don't know why, but it is what it is. I know how to fix it, that's the main thing. We have the stairs. Right, so basic glass. We don't do any of our fancy glass. I've got a separate shader I use for tinted glass, so that it like all the blue windows on the Magellan use a much heavier shader, but we'll just use the basic glass one for this. And then disallow nanite on this mesh because it won't like it. Okay, then we can just drag that in all of its horrendous glory. There we go, much nicer. What's going on with that? Oh, I know. We're in the middle of a nebula, that's why. I've learned so much in terms of optimization and what kills it and what doesn't, that it's nice, you know, when building the Caravella, that, you know, we are completely green on our complexities. Don't know what's going on with that. I'll fix that one. That shouldn't be like that. And the reason that these particular materials are not a nice bright green is because these are using nanite tessellation, which is a bit heavier. So they should be tessellated, yeah. That's why they're not quite as nice as the rest of them. But that fixes that. Be interested to see. I haven't owned a Raspberry Pi for about 15 years. I've got 4 of them actually behind me in a drawer, but they're literally 15 years old. They're like the OG Pis, so I don't know what they're like capability wise these days. I always used them as like an Archimedes and a Commodore 64 emulator, which they do very well. Just wondering how we go about actually rendering something to that glass. I guess we're going to need bearing in mind that this is going to be a texture that's animated on the glass surface itself, but also glowing. I'm wondering whether we, rather than having an animated texture, because in order to do that, the texture is going to have to be huge. and high resolution. So we're going to have like 4K or 8K textures in order to cover this space with a decent enough res. But what we could do instead is we could cut out some planes that are the same curvature as the glass and render those behind it. Because that way we can have comparatively much smaller textures on simple planes that we just move around, because we can rotate them around, funnily enough, the world origin, because the world origin is right in the middle there. Like the whole ship, like the geometric dead center of the ship is literally right in the middle of the lift. So this lift represents the center of mass, which is why it's in the middle. So rotating some meshes around there is really simple. So for however many fish we want, we can have like a 1K texture on a small rectangle rather than an 8K texture having to cover the whole thing with the additional complexity of having like a zillion fish on it. Let's try it. I'm fascinated to know how well that would work. Because if we so I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, what happens when a fish reaches the edge? They're going to have to turn around and go the other way. But for now, they're just going to be like a static picture of a fish. We'd have to have some animated textures in order to have the fish animate and actually swim properly. So I think just flipping them for now would be the only way we could do it. Oh yeah, you could get a 3D mesh of a fish, but with the way we're rendering it in 2D, this is all going to have to be 2D textures and done in such a way as to try and fake a fish tank in 2D. It's quite challenging actually, and exciting all at the same time. I like a good challenge. That's why I married Claire. Let's see if she's paying attention. If we call that our render plane, oh, she's slacking. Her daughter's here visiting at the moment, so I can let her off a little bit. So if we were to use that as our floor, let's make that a component in a minute. And we'll copy that out of all this mess so that we can work on it properly. So the idea is to create a texture on this. So we'll UV map this with a texture, which I've not done in SketchUp for a long time. Let me just see if I can find like a coral reef texture. Just want a panorama of a coral reef. Can we find one? Oh, that might do it. Actually, no, it won't. Let's find a better one. To do some Photoshop shenanigans with this. Right, so this is just some random thing I found on the internet, which obviously we won't be using, but just for testing purposes. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, whatever. I've never tried using this before, so let's see how well it works. Not very well at all, apparently. Although I might be able to where's the layers thing gone? Oh, down there. Why is it down there? Sigh. Place water with transparency. Let's see, can it do it? What on earth? Well, AI is not coming for my job anytime soon. Oh, reminds me of my old web dev days. What? Oh, I see. Confused me then. Right, so I'm just going to really roughly and badly just cut out the coral reef a minute. Because I want to try to see whether or not we can just render that as a separate layer and how that looks as like a base layer. So we'll just go really, really rough. Sorry, fish. Maybe we'll keep that particular fish. Can't believe this was my job once. Trying to resist the urge to do a good job. Doesn't need to be a good job. That fish can stay. Yeah, the lift car is just a puck that's moving up and down, so it itself doesn't have any doors. So you can just have doors that are facing in the opposite direction without causing any real issues. Like if you're in the lift, you literally just turn around and face the other way. So the lift itself doesn't need to rotate. Plus it's moving up a track that's on either side, so it would be difficult to make it rotate. You'd have to have like a a rotating floor on the puck. Right, that'll do. My OCD makes me want to do all that, but I'm going to do it. No, step away. Right, so this is potentially a 2K texture. God, this needs to be power of 2, doesn't it, ideally? I'll leave it at this for now. Right, so if we export as PNG, game graphics, guess we need a new folder for this. I'm going to call it the Fishy Lift. Right, and then if we go grab that texture, I'm hoping I can just drag it in. Okay, that's doing it on a plane. How do we make a new material? Can't remember in such a long time. I think I just have to edit this one and give it a different name. There is a way of adjusting how the material is tiled and such using the UVs, and SketchUp is not great at that. Hang on, Google. An extension for it. So I prefer to do this in Unreal, it's much easier. Are you going to open? You're not going to open, are you? Right, fine, I'll do it a different way. Right, if we just bring that down to the world origin a moment. Then we'll export this as it's like screen that goes around the bottom. There's our reef. Where are we? Right, so we will very simply whack that on there, whack that into the emissive of this material. We want this to be unlit, translucent. Ooh, or even masked, actually, that might be better. Less heavy to render. There we go. So that's our reef. Yeah, I don't think we need more than that, to be honest. I should do it. Really simple material. Yeah, we will make it two-sided actually on that note, because obviously you want to see it from both sides. You want it to be fully rough. That should do it, actually. There we have the same UV projection issue. However, what we can do, if we just drag this into the world a minute. Oh, that's wrong. That's better. Okay, interesting. Why has it gotten rid of it? I'm sure it did a cylinder projection. I'm assuming what it's doing is it's pushing the yeah, way outside of where it should be. So grab that edge. I'm sure there was a way of grabbing this and moving it about. Yeah. Obviously it's not a seamless unwrap, but that'll do. So the idea then is that you'd have this kind of reef effect on here, and then you do the same thing for the individual fish, and you just have them kind of just bobbing around, but you would need to animate them. Yeah, it's a good idea, Scorpio. Shall ever so slightly bigger. Now obviously for this to work and look good, it needs to be believable. So obviously something like this is far too low resolution and too packed with detail. So we're going to have to build up our own layered texture that has a much higher pixel density than that. And adheres to the edges properly. So when we do the proper UV unwrap, I think what we'll do is we'll have two semicircular planes rather than a cylinder, and we'll have it so that the edges of these pillars actually form the edge of the image. A filled tube? Not quite sure what you mean. Yeah, so parallax is different things moving at different speeds to create the illusion of 3D. But we'll have a static ground texture, and then we'll have animated fish just floating around on their own textures. Let's just see how that works in a lit environment a minute. Let's turn off that because it's not working anyway. Just see how it looks casting light. Let's make our way down again. Cool, actually. I think we need a lot more in the way of rocks and things along the bottom, and much taller, like shrubbery. Typical Claire. Fish wake her up. Yeah, there's going to be no escaping the fact that it's quite obviously a projected image, because it is. It is what it is. It's not a real fish tank, so it's not going to look like a real fish tank. But yeah, when we have individual little fishies swimming up and around, I think it should look quite cool. Obviously they're going to be self-illuminated as well because it's a screen. And again, the nice thing about this is it doesn't necessarily just have to be fish. Like I said, we can use this for anything. We can have forest scenes, we can have like a Halloween scene, a Christmas scene, an alien landscape, you know, anything really. We could have it, I don't know, show some like VU bars bouncing up and down for music or something. It's just, yeah, there's lots of things we can use this for. So this is with a brightness of 1, which is just the native brightness of the texture, which I think is bright enough. I don't think we'd want it any brighter than that. I like that it's behind the glass as well, well, on both sides actually, because it means you still have that reflection response from the glass on top of the image, which is good. So we don't need to have like a transparent material with all the forward shading reflections for all that sort of stuff, which is heavy. So that should be relatively lightweight to render. That's what this is, Martin. So this is basically unlit in terms of Unreal's lighting engine. So this won't respond to Unreal's lighting at all. It purely produces its own light, which is the same as in additive blend mode. Good night, CSI. Have a good one. Yeah, I think conceptually, I really like this. I think this is a really cool idea, and as we grow the levels and grow the decks out, I think, yeah, it's going to look really cool. Yes, they would, but we're using true transparency, so we got a transparency layer. I mean, we can try that. So let's do exactly that, because if we go rather than doing masked, we do trend. Well, I say we can do additive. That is an option we have. Not sure what effect that's going to have though. Yeah, because it's going to it's also got the transparency on there. Unless I can cut that out. Oh, that is only the RGB, so we'd have to maybe subtract. Oh no, it's me. Sorry, because of that. Yeah, that gives us this kind of an effect. Let's just see how this looks a minute. I think we've just found ourselves our April Fool's overlay, Scorpio. Yeah, there's lots of ways we can tweak and improve this. I think, yeah, I do think transparent looks better, definitely, than having than the solid masked material. I suppose with well, the only thing we're driving into the additive channel is the RGB from the texture. The transparency is handled purely from the actual alpha channel. So the dark areas won't affect transparency, but they will affect luminance. It's cool though, I like it. Actually, that's interesting. It's not actually providing, it's not injecting light into lumen in the same way that a masked material would. I'll try that on transparent a sec. We'll see whether it does it with screen space. Nope. Interesting. Let's try this as translucent. Shouldn't need to change anything else there. Well, what we need is 2D imagery. And it needs to be, well, I was going to say it needs to be seamlessly looping, but no, it doesn't, because it would only need to loop if there wasn't support pillars, but there are support pillars, so that doesn't matter quite so much. Oh yeah, I forgot, transparency and double-sided textures looks awful. Like, what on earth is going on there? Yeah, I think an awkward thing with this is masked looks nice because you get the reflections and the lighting response from it. Obviously, it doesn't look as hologramish. But if we make it additive, we lose that reflection response. And we don't get the lighting from it, but it does look nicer being transparent. Yeah, it's kind of swings and roundabouts, isn't it? Let me just try that a minute. No, it's still not reflecting. That's still going to be weird. No, it's still not reflecting. I think the only way to make it reflect is to have it as masked. Yeah, it's going to be surrounded by carpet, absolutely, but it's more the rest of the scene. So if we turn our light back on a minute, turn it on really dim. so yeah, it's going to reflect on stuff. I wonder if it still reflects on the glass. Hang on, let's just try that a sec. Okay, yeah, it does still reflect on the glass, which is weird. I wonder if that's a screen space thing. Interesting. Yeah, you can't really do a separate reflection channel because the reflections are handled in screen space. Yeah, I can't think of any way of doing this. I might be able to cut that out, but does that reflect? No. Well, yes and no. Interesting. Now, I think we're better off just using additive so that we get the two-sided effect, and we just suck up the fact that we have less in the way of reflections, and the lack of lumen as well on it, which is a shame, but again, can't really be helped. So if we use lumen reflections and turn lumen on, okay, so that's not producing light. And just to confirm that does produce light, so that definitely lights the scene. And I don't think there's a way of injecting that whilst also having it hidden. Yeah, I agree, Caesar. I've been looking at lots of architectural designs from lots of different things, and I like almost like that cyberpunk style of, you know, having these not quite real digital overlays in a hyper realistic environment. It kind of adds some, I don't know, some reality to it, which is kind of cool. Yeah, so it definitely looks nicer masked, although it's now solid, you can't see through it, which is a pain. We can do dithering on it, but that would look weird. Because if we do that, and then we do that, yeah, it's still not making it like properly transparent. Because what I want to do is yeah, something like that. Obviously, it looks awful, but will it work like that? No. That's an easy no. Is there a sweet spot? I guess because the clip value is 0.30. Maybe if I leave the clip value as 0, obviously we're going to get the white bit, but I can maybe subtract that the other way round, like that. Okay, so now we've got the alpha channel deducted from that surface there, which gives us hopefully something which is a bit more see-through, maybe. And no. Simple answer, no, didn't work. Yeah, I don't think there's a way around this. Oh, that's kind of nicer actually. Kind of tightens up the edges a bit. Yeah, we'll keep that because that works better. I mean, the issue is that we're trying to force a masked material to do what it's not supposed to do, so that's why it's failing. Oh, it's a difficult one because having it cast actual light into the scene is by far the preference. I'll investigate with this because I'm sure I've seen masked transparency before using dithering. It might just be that the texture needs some work. But yeah, for now we'll make it additive and suck up the fact that we've lost our nice lighting, because that does look better. And then I need to yeah, it doesn't work like that. So things like whether something is transparent is controlled fully by the material that you apply to it. Yeah, so a mesh without a material would not be visible. But that'll do. We'll leave that for now. Let's just make it bigger. All good. Just realised my YouTube's crashed. Yeah, it's quite different in Unreal. I'll also figure out SketchUp's UV tools. Why on earth? Oh, I know why. I know why. It's because I changed that material. Right. So we know where we're putting our steps. We've got the ring sorted out for there. Right, so the next thing we were missing. So we've got, so we've got the upper layer and lower layer for deck 3. But deck 2 is missing, well, all of it, pretty much. So let's go ahead. Maybe even just copy those 2 layers up, because we might be able to just reuse them for simplicity's sake. I know they will need chopping. Oh, I see what I did. Copied the wrong thing. Right, so that should line up precisely with the bottom of there. And then that becomes part of that group. And then we'll make that unique. Pull out these edges because we need to cut these through the hull. One side done. And other side done. Oh, hang on, we've lost a layer there somewhere. Bit. All of these pieces will need to be scaled and sized as well. And we also need the lengthways support as well. But we'll leave that for now. Just get the floor and the ceiling bits done. Okay, so if we grab that, pop that in there, move that up a bit, line it up with that, and do the same thing again. This one's going to struggle a bit more because we're lining it up with the exact edge there, so it's going to complain. If I turn on that layer, perhaps that'll have more of a impact on it. Kinda. It always misses one tiny little bit. It's not the end of the world, it's just extra effort I'd rather not have to go through. Just make sure that there isn't that's fine then, so we'll add that to this level, this group rather. Yeah, that's it, because the sheet metal goes up and over. Again, having to sort of get my head around how the ship is physically built. So on this particular section of the ship, obviously you've got exposed hull there, but this bit's built on, so the hull sheet metal goes up and over, then it flattens to allow you to weld a deck to it. So they're all part of the same object. But that one needs to be untagged. And then similarly, that one also needs to be untagged. So, what deck are we on? Deck 2. So deck 2, framework, sheet, segment 5. Then deck 2, framework, top, segment 5. Bit. Right, so first of all, that one. Okay, that gives us our top thickening as well. So as we finalize the lines to everything, all these sections that we're building, they'll get like proper detail passes on them with weld lines and proper support brackets and stuff. So that as we start dismantling the ship in the future through damage, like all this is going to be revealed and exposed, and you'll be able to see the detail behind the detail, as it were. Which was, you know, why we're going to these lengths. Okay, that's better. We're now graced with a ceiling. Right, so this is the floor of deck 1. To be honest, it might be worth just carrying that across as well, so that we get our deck 1 flooring done. So then we're no longer kind of walking around with empty ceilings. Don't think we've actually got any deck 1 stuff yet, do we? No, we don't. Right, so I don't think these ones are going to need anything special, particularly. So we can just create a generic one. So I'm going to go across to there, then we'll just go across to there, join up in the middle. Give it our 1-inch thickness. So that one can line up with there perfectly, because that's a straight bit of hull, so we don't need to do any crazy alignment stuff. And that can go straight into that group, and job's done. So what's that? That is segment 4. So that's deck 2, framework top, segment 4. So that's this one. Then we just need the sheet metal on top of that one. Now, I was going to say there's nothing, no weird curviness on this one, but of course there is a bit of weird curviness. Tempted just to kind of lower that down just a smidge. Which almost worked. Plan. If I just do that, and then that, and then that, then it won't work. Okay, no, bad plan. Sometimes there's just no rhyme or reason to it, it just doesn't want to work. Okay. I don't think there was anything technically wrong with that face, it just wanted to not play ball. Deck 2, sheet, segment 4. Which is that one there. have a crazy daddy long legs flying around my desk. Get off my keyboard. Get. I've made a friend. Bye. People often tell me I can put people to sleep, and I just assume it's because I'm boring. Either of these faces are double-sided, no, so I can actually make life a bit easier for myself there. Just do that. Gets that one done quicker. I know, still on deck 2, aren't we? So sheet segment 6 done. I'll take soothing over boring. I'm like the Bob Ross of game dev. So that one should be segment 7. Yes, 7. This is a much easier way of doing it. Definitely preferring this approach. With the occasional broken bit. Class 1. Why on earth would it reverse that face arbitrarily? Nobody asked it to do that. Right, there we go. That's our deck plating done for deck 1. That one. That one. I've got a really itchy nose tonight for some reason. I'm allergic to somebody. Right. Progress. Starting to get a feel now for the actual scale of the shuttle bay. Obviously, it's not going to be quite this boxy, but scale-wise, you know, we're there. Let's grab one of these dudes and copy him in here, just so we can appreciate the scale a bit more. I mean, it's not massive as shuttle bays go, but it's certainly big enough for, I'd say, at least 2 shuttles, if not 2 shuttles and some kind of utility craft. And in terms of the ship as a whole, kind of dude for scale. It's a funny one, this. It's like, it's big, but at the same time, it's not massive. Do I have like a bazillion? Oh, I do. Of course I do. So yeah, it's interesting from a scale perspective. I think that's one of the things that's fascinating me most about this whole thing is, you know, the scale of the ship is kind of defining itself based on just, you know, how big a stairwell needs to be and how big a room needs to be to fit the stuff in it that you need to fit in it. You know, how big the shuttle bay needs to be to fit the things you need to put in it. And, you know, you end up with a ship of this size purely through necessity. And it's nice because normally with science fiction, the people will design a ship and they'll do some work in trying to adhere to some kind of sensible scale, but it's never done to the level of detail where you're actually thinking about individual rooms and how much room they need to take up. And it's such a fascinating thought experiment. It's yeah, it really sort of tickles my inner geek. Yeah, when it comes to doing really small craft, because I really want a usable 5-man craft for exploring. I think that would be a really nice, small, intimate group experience, but it's difficult to make a ship that small. I tried to make this one that small, but it's really hard. It's just, you know, the ship has stuff that needs things doing. You know, you need engineers, you need like navigator, scientist, someone in command. You need all these people, medic. And as you're adding people, you're adding support rooms for those people, and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Okay, well, let's have one final run around, given that it is now midnight here, and then I shall call it a day. Right, so nice to have a ceiling now. But yeah, things like the reactor. I mean, the reactor scale, you know, we could probably scale that arbitrarily. At some point, I want to have like meterage of reactor to output of reactor. We'll probably do it exponential, so you know, every double size is like quadruple output or something like that. But yeah, so we definitely need to come up with some way of tying power generation to size of reactor, so there's a really strong relationship between the two, which means that when we're building ships, we know how big the reactor needs to be for that ship, and thus how big the ship needs to be to hold a reactor of that size. Okay, so again, really quick tour. We've got hydroponics, which will extend all the way to that back wall, sloping gently uphill as you go. So all of this will be growing space, lots of vertical farming units. We then have the grand staircase that goes all the way up through the middle of the ship, and we'll have lots of decorative paneling all the way around here. This is kind of like the main feature staircase in the ship. Yeah, so this is the main route down to the shuttle bay, which now has a dude and a ceiling. I think having 2 corridors going to the shuttle bay is a bit redundant, and I'm tempted to use the corridor on the other side maybe to go into engineering. So we'll have like an engineering corridor and like a personnel corridor, but we'll see as we move forward. We have all of our crew quarters along here. Utility rooms, kitchen, mess. then we have the Captain's Suite, the Exo Suite. It looks a lot smaller without the furniture in it, funnily enough. And then we have more crew quarters along here. And then we have a couple more crew quarters at the back here, along with some engineering access through there. And then we're up to deck 1 already. And deck 1 will have the bridge here. And interestingly, the bridge windows are going to come down to this level here. So they're not going to be kind of like floor level windows. But yeah, hopefully they'll provide a decent view around the ship. It's going to be nice looking out the window and seeing a lot of hull. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And at the back here will be the science labs, which don't have rooms yet. And that's the Caravella. Okay, well, on that happy note, I shall leave it there. Thank you once again, everyone, for watching and for sticking with my boring monotone drawl the whole way through. I hope not many people fell asleep. But yeah, have a good week. And on Wednesday's stream, I've decided that, like we're doing with the Caravella, we're going to do the same for the Magellan. So I was talking to Claire about this, and like every Sunday we're making decent progress on building out the Caravella, but during the week I'm spending all of my time working on stuff for the patch. So like this week I've been doing nothing but going through console variables and tweaking the graphics. So Wednesdays are actually a really good opportunity to start fleshing out the Magellan, so we can like pick a crew quarters and build a crew quarters. There's probably a lot we can get done for the Magellan in 4 hours. So if we make the Wednesday stream the Magellan stream, then we can balance that out with Caravella on Sundays, and see how much more ship we can build, outside of game systems. But yeah, I thought that was a good idea. Yeah, I'll see where we get with that next week, Lofi Geek. But yeah, have a good week ahead, everyone, and I shall see you on Wednesday for some Magellan modelling. Bye for now.